evil blanket fish has awoken.
All right. Looks like everything's coming in. We are live once again, and we will be continuing with Lost Odyssey. We left off yesterday. We had just made it into the, I guess, the capital city of Numara. We're exploring it. We explored a little bit of it, but then it was time, so I had to save and quit. So, the little girl whose dog we returned isn't there anymore. No, I have a guide open in case I need to look at it. And if you look at the title, this is actually the third day we've been playing this. But how you doing, Cappy? Okay, I already got whatever was in those. Pretty sure I talked to most of these people yesterday. Yep. Unfortunately, this game is still exclusive to that. We haven't ported it to anything else. There were four games specifically that I had to buy at 364. This is one of them. I know I already searched this place. Don't you think accessory looked great on me? I'd buy it right now if it wasn't so pricey. Who'd you buy it from? No one manning the counter. Can't see anybody. Room at the end is off limits to regular customers. so how do we get upgraded from regular customer? There's a chest over there. Thank you. Now the loading is all taken care of. But are you sure this is okay? Won't the captain yell at you if he finds out how much you helped me? Don't worry about it. This sort of thing we can handle in a flash. Yeah, think of it as payback for all the hot lunches you've made us. If you need any more help, just give us a call. Story time. What did he remember this time? Once there was a woman who came from a foreign land to marry into an old family. Her husband was from a tiny village in the mountains, but he was working in a thriving harbor town abroad when he met and fell in love with her. At the time he asked her to marry him, his father in his home country collapsed and died. Being the eldest son in his family, the young man had no choice but to return to his homeland, taking her with him, of course. Her name was Mina. This was not a name used by the women of his homeland. Indeed, her name was not only the only... tongue-tying myself today. Indeed, her name was not the only thing about her that was different. The color of her skin, hair, and eyes, and the language she spoke were all different. Had the young man's hometown been a harbor city where people of many different lands crossed paths, there would have been nothing unusual about this. In such places, there were any number of homes that welcomed foreign men and women into the family, generation after generation. This is about as deep in the country as you can get, the young man told Kaim, sighing on the night he made Mina his wife. Kaim had rushed here all the way from the harbor town in the far country to attend the wedding. At the banquet, the young man had given Kaim a look. The two had slipped away from the festivities. They were standing in the garden, looking up at the night sky. When the eldest son marries, his wishes are of no importance. What matters is family. The two families negotiate the engagement, and a bride is chosen who is acceptable for the groom's parents. That's how it was with my parents, and my grandparents did the same. I know what you mean, Kaim said with a nod. Judging from the formal wedding ceremony, it was easy to imagine the highly conservative nature of the area, and just as easy to imagine that the relatives had not welcomed Mina into the family. Alex, Kaim said to the young man. Yes, the young man answered, still looking up at the sky. You're the only one who can protect Mina, you know. I know that much, Kaim. Mina's a wonderful girl. I know that too, of course. The three were good friends. Kaim and Alex had worked together offloading ships at the same pier, and also together they had often gone to the neighborhood where Mina worked as an outdoor stall. Even now Kaim retains the bittersweet memory of Alex and Mina struggling to communicate in each other's languages. You know, Kaim, Alex said the night under the sky, I think you sensed it too, but Mina was drawn less to me than to... Kaim cut him short. Never mind, he said with a pained smile. Of course Kaim knew how Mina felt, and if he had responded to her feelings, she and Alex would not have been married here today. But Kaim had held back. Instead, he had urged Alex to pursue his love for Mina and hoped the two come face to face. He felt no regrets about having played the part of an unlikely Cupid for them. Destined to continue his never-ending journey, Kaim was unable to love Mina in return. One of Alex's uncles stepped out of the house, drunk. Hey Alex, what are you doing out here? He groaned. Groom can't be absent from the reception. Sure, I'll be right there, Alex said, turning towards his uncle. Kaim tapped him on the shoulder. Make Mina happy, Alex. Leave it to me, he answered with a smile. Come on, said the uncle. Hurry up. Groom's supposed to sit there the whole time. The entire family's here and we're going to drink the night away. He grabbed Alex's hand and dragged him back into the house. The man was all smiles with Alex, but when he glanced at Kaim, his borderline polite smile could not disguise a gleam of distrust in his eye for an outsider. Kine was sure he had noticed that same gleam, though perhaps not as openly displayed in the eyes that alighted on Mina. So that was the kind of village to which Mina had come as a bride. Better make her happy, Alex, Kine called out again toward his friend's receding form. I'm counting on you. But now the uncle had his arm around Alex's shoulders and he was noisily monopolizing his nephew's attention. Alex never heard those words from Kine. It was 3 months later when Alex came to visit Kime at work on the pier. I'm in town on a buying trip, so I thought I'd stop by to say hello, Alex announced. But judging from the fatigue evident on his friend's face, Kime had a pretty good idea of his real reason for coming here. As casually as possible, Kime asked, "How was Mina doing?" With a feeble smile, Alex replied, "After the wedding, things happened." Mina had been accepted neither as a member of the family nor as a resident of the village. There were too many differences in daily customs and culture. But the one thing that made Mina too different for their tiny village was the brown color of her skin. If only she could speak with people. Mina is trying her best to learn our language, but my mother and the other relatives make no attempt to learn hers. Not so much as a good morning or a thank you. They insist it's up to the daughter-in-law to do all the adapting. Still, Mina was working hard to draw closer to Alex's family and birthplace. She would be the first one out in the fields in the morning, work without a break until the sun went down, and go sewing until late at night. She would try to talk to people in the local dialect that Alex had taught her, using gestures and body language, and she would apologize profusely with abject smiles whenever she failed to understand what they were saying. Kime could easily imagine Mina going through these exertions, which made Alex's report all the more painful to him. "You should come visit us now and then, Kime. Mina would love to see you too." Kime responded vaguely with a silent nod. Alex added, "I want you to come and cheer her up." He said nothing in reply. "What's wrong, Kime? Are you angry?" "I'm not going to visit." "Why not?" "You promised me you'd make her happy, remember? We agreed that you're the only one who could do that." "But still..." "Sorry, haven't got time for this. I have to get this ship loaded before it sails at sunset." With his curt dismissal, Kime turned away and continued working. Alex stared at him from behind, looking frustrated and confused. Kime could feel his friend's gaze on his back. Because he could feel it, he kept working without another backward glance. Eventually, Alex gave up and left. Neither man spoke words of farewell. A year after the wedding, Mina gave birth to a son. The boy had brown skin like his mother. He had just started crawling when Alex visited Kime again. There was talk of a divorce, Alex said. "There's nothing wrong with our relationship. Mina and I love each other, that's for certain. But my mother and the relatives say there is no way they can accept a brown-skinned child as the family heir. His existence supposedly harms the marriage prospects of my younger brother and sister, too. So they want us to send the baby to Mina's family. It's gone that far." Alex had lost a great deal of weight. He was obviously living with much pain every day, trapped as he was between family and Mina. None of this made sense to Kime. However trapped Alex might be, I didn't press the button to skip that. Damn it. "I know how strong you are," Alex sighed, speaking to Kime's back as Kime went on hoisting huge, spine-snapping crates in silence. The longshoremen here were well paid for handling crates on their own, loads that would take 3 ordinary men to lift. The daily wage was calculated by the number of loads each man lifted, so asking for help would result in a pay cut. For this reason, Kime and the others never complained or asked for help. They would lift even the heaviest loads by themselves. Alex had been like that too. If someone nearby asked him, "Are you going to be okay with that?" he would be all the more determined to do it on his own. "Fine, fine," he would smile, and gritting his teeth, he would lift the giant load. But Alex was not like that anymore. "I'm starting to think that maybe, in the long run, tying Mina down to a life in my village is just going to make her unhappy. My relatives say they'll support Mina and the baby, so it's not as if I'd be abandoning her or chasing her away. It's just that, for both our sakes, starting a new life." Having finished piling crates into the deck, Kime turned toward Alex for the first time. He was looking down at Alex on the pier. And you're all right with that, huh? If you're convinced it's the right thing, then go ahead and do it. It's not for me to interfere. Alex's features distorted under the impact of Kime's words. Kime said nothing more and went back to work. His anger and frustration were reaching the boiling point. Alex had no idea that Mina had been writing to Kime on occasion since shortly after the wedding. About the hardships she had been facing in the home of her husband's family, she said not a word. Instead, she would spell out how happy her current life was and declare repeatedly how much Alex loved her. Always the letters would end like this. I'm sure you too must be living happily, Kime. This was why Alex's report of the situation at home had filled him with such intense anger and frustration. He had never answered Mina's letter. He felt certain that if he were to write to her, whether with words of encouragement or comfort, or even playing along with her sad lies, something important that gave her spiritual support would snap in two. Come see the baby, Kime, Alex pleaded. Mina would be thrilled if you'd do that. Instead of responding to Alex, Kime called out to him from the deck. See that crate over there? Can you lift it? The crate near Alex was of the same size and weight as the one Kime had just loaded onto the ship. In the old days, Alex would not have hesitated to carry it up to the ship, every muscle in his body shuddering. Now, however, Alex gave Kime one timid glance and, smiling to hide his embarrassment, said only, Not me. Kime said nothing more. He felt strongly that their long friendship had come to an end, though in fact for Kime, whose life would go on through all eternity, it had been nothing more than a momentary acquaintance. Kime has been on his endless journey ever since. Now and then he thinks back to those bygone days. Both Alex and Mina long ago came to dwell among his distant memories, the kind of memories that revive with a deep sense of bitterness, and they are there to this day. Alex made his third trip to see Kime a year after the baby was born. Having wasted away to a mere shadow of his former self, Alex stared vacantly at Kime, and his voice lacked all intonation as he announced Mina's death. She had killed herself. Hanged herself in the barn. Kime was amazed at his own detachment as he took Alex's words. Mina's letters had stopped coming several months earlier. Either she no longer needed to spin those sad little lies about being accepted by Alex's family and the town folks, or she had lost the strength to invent them anymore. In effect, it was the latter, Kime was learning now. To the very end, she could not make anyone accept her. My mother, my family, or the town, Alex said tearfully. She was all alone, finally, to the very end. Without a word, Kime punched Alex in the face. Alex seemed to know and accept the fact that the punch would be coming. He did nothing to resist or defend himself. The fist hit him full on and sent him sprawling on the road. Why? Kime demanded to know. Why did you say she was all alone? And when Alex righted himself, he smashed him in the face again. Alex began coughing violently and uncontrollably. When he spat up a gob of blood, a broken back tooth came out with it. Kime knew well enough that Alex had been suffering too, that he had been engaged in a desperate struggle to do something about being trapped between family and wife. Otherwise, he would never have wasted away so dramatically from the brawny young man he used to be. As well as he knew this, however, Kime could not forgive him. He had promised, he had given his word. He would make Mina happy. He would protect her. Kime could never forgive Alex for failing to make good on his oath. Yeah, a lot of these, visual novel memories are sad. But it kind of makes sense in that when he's lived for thousands of years, the memorable things would probably be the ones that had the biggest impact. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, Alex dragged himself to his feet. I know how strong you are, he said to Kime as he had once before. But this time his words took on a far sadder tone. But let me tell you this, Kime. My mother and my relatives and the others, their way of looking at things is not completely crazy. To live in peace and quiet in the country, you have to follow the country's special rules. Just so happens that one of those rules was not to accept a bride like Mina. I was born and raised in that village, and I know the village code. Know it all too well, which is why I've been in such pain all these months. I'm a weakling, I suppose. In your eyes, I'm probably so weak you want to spit on me. So laugh at me, hit me, despise me if you want to. Come on, hit me again. Alex thrust his face at Cain for more punishment. Cain threw another punch. This one landed squarely on his nose and may have broken it. Alex crumpled to his knees. The blood that gushed from his nose was blacker than the blood from his mouth. Alex looked up at Cain with a smile of self-derision. Mina should have been with you, that's what I think. If she had married you and not some weakling like me, she'd still be alive. With a wordless, strangled cry of rage, Cain lunged at Alex, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him to his feet. Another punch, and still another. Cain was not planning to stop punching Alex. Now, though, with Cain's hand still fastened to the front of his shirt, Alex looked straight at Cain for the first time since coming to the dock. Why didn't you ever answer Mina's letters? That's all she was hoping for, a letter from you. So he knew. Alex knew everything. It's terrible out there in the country. Anybody who wants to can find out who wrote letters and who got them. Everybody out there is like family. Everybody but Mina, that is. If Alex had wanted to, he could have quashed Mina's letters easily. Then not one of her sad little lies would have reached Cain. But instead, Alex had read the letters, resealed the envelopes, and sent them to Cain one after the other. He had internalized Mina's sad little lies and started looking for Cain's answer even before she did. Cain stopped his fist in midair and asked, "How could I have possibly answered her?" "Why not?" Alex retorted. "You knew how trapped she was feeling. You must have known how much encouragement one word from you could have given her. But you were Mina's husband." "Yes, that's true. But you were always the one deepest in her heart. I knew that, and because I knew it, there was only one thing I could do." "No, that couldn't be." Astounded, Cain lowered his fist as Alex said to him, "I wrote to her. I pretended I was you, and I wrote her letter after letter. Be strong, I told her. Keep your spirits up. I'll come to see you soon." "You're too strong, Cain, so you can't understand the feelings of weak people. But I don't have that problem. I'm weak. I understood how a weakling like Mina felt." Alex cried, the blood streaming from his nose and mouth. "There's one thing I don't know, though, Cain. I don't know whether Mina actually believed that the letters I wrote were from you, or whether she knew what I was doing and pretended to believe. I wonder. Was life in my village so painful to her that she couldn't go on living there without pretending to believe?" Cain made no attempt to answer Alex's question. Slowly, he let the strength go out of his clenched fist and reached a grip on Alex's shirt. Alex drew a step back from him and took another step, putting distance between them before his final revelation. "There was one letter, just one, that I didn't send to you. That was 3 months ago. It was the first letter in which Mina begged you for help. She said she wanted to run away and asked you to come and save her, as soon as possible, to rescue her and the baby. That was the letter Alex threw away. Closing his Cain, he wrote a 2-word answer, 'Be strong.' The day after she read the letter from Alex, Mina hanged herself in the barn." Cain stood rooted to the spot, crestfallen. This left him momentarily defenseless. Alex shot his fist at Cain's solar plexus through his feeble blow could hardly be called a punch. The pain it inflicted might have been greater for Alex's own fist than for Cain's superbly conditioned muscles. What an idiot I was. Be strong. Such words might have meant something to somebody like you, but to burden a weak person like Mina with them, no, they could only break and crush her. Alex gave another tearful, self-disparaging smile and thrust his face towards Cain. "So hit me. I don't give a damn. Hit me all you want. Beat the hell out of me. But let me ask you this, Cain. If I had sent her last letter to you, would you have finally answered that one? Would you have been able to accept Mina and all her weakness?" Kime did not know how to answer this question, nor did he raise a clenched fist to Alex again. So ended the story of Kime and Alex. Alex turned and walked away, but Kime could not bring himself to call out to him. He simply stood there, drained of all emotion, and watched him go. Alex did, however, turn to face Kime again when he had put enough distance between them so that Kime could barely make out his voice. "I can tell you this much, Kime," he shouted. "I'm going to raise that boy of mine. I'll make him into a man of my village. I may have been too weak to be a husband, but as a father I'll do better. I'll make him happy." Kime returned his words with a silent nod. Alex allowed the hint of a smile to show on his badly swollen face. He then turned on his heels once more and strode away. Kime never saw Alex again. Every now and then, Kime remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endless long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today. The present-day Kime would not have rejected such human weakness. Now he could accept the fact that, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again, Mina might not have to die. But this is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once and they are gone forever. The mortals, the humans, the ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn for them. Aware now that he has failed to love human weakness throughout his battles and his wanderings, Kime turns his step towards Alex's old village. Alex himself, of course, is long since dead. But Alex's descendants can tell at a glance. They have brown skin. Brown-skinned youths are the ones in charge of the village festivals. Brown-skinned old women teach girls how to weave floral decoration. Brown-skinned children and those who are not brown play together in all innocence, free of care. Perhaps this can comprise a tiny epilogue to the story of Alex, Kime, and Mina. The graves of Alex and Mina lie side by side atop a low, windswept hill. Kime picks flower from the field and offers them at the doomed couple's graves before returning to the road. What is human strength after all? Kime still does not know the answer to this question, and this is why again today his journey must go on. Fuck, that one hit in the feels. Yeah, over generations. It didn't say how long time had passed, but it seemed like a good portion of the village came from them. It hits that hard sometimes. Like I was saying earlier, it's kind of fitting, but also kind of depressing that all the things that really stand out in his memory and all the time he's been alive are the ones that are super depressing. That's the party right now. It's Kime and Seth are both immortals, and Jansen is a human. I'm supposed to get to that other one. Oh, I didn't see which one came up. What do you mean I can't enter? I can see something shiny in there. Pick what the transforms one party member from a human to Kalolon or vice versa. What's a Kalolon? Yeah, it's just a matter of finding it. Oh, so much for that. Locked. Is it? Want to play with me again? Hide and seek this time. I've got the perfect hiding place. Want a hint? Well, it's a key. See her hiding anywhere in plain sight. Alright, Miss Trashy Salon, don't make me laugh. All these kids do is make out with each other. The masters just don't have what it takes to understand the mind of the genius. Fine artists from the heart, yet they die in a place like this. Maybe not, but she goes on and on about the silliest things. Listen to me for a change. Welcome to my salon. Artists gather here from all over. It's a pride of New Mont. Not really seen too many exhibits, other than just that one in the middle. So can I actually use the gondolas to get to some of these spots? Because it looks like all of them are currently being used. I don't know if that'll change later, though. Art is a grueling pursuit. Down in the trenches, it's tough to tell whether or not you're improving. You could bring me something to serve as inspiration. That'd help me get the ball rolling. I can make something new if I had some crystal fragments from the Crimson Forest. Sure wish someone would bring me one. What do you think of this sculpture? Is it just mesmerizing how the line meets with the surface? You have people going on about the Queen and the General right now, but me, I don't really care about anything like that. Hey, wait up! Huh? You're not my brother. I'm sorry, my sister must have caused some trouble for you. Look, you're gonna get lost if you keep that up. I told you to wait while I get the balloon, didn't I? Oh god, another one. By the time he's done exploring this town, all the things that Kime remembers, he's just gonna be like in the fetal position crying on the floor. Brother dear, the cry comes from behind as he wades through the post-town's crowds. At first, Kime does not realize that the person is addressing him, and he walks on in search of lodging for the night. But the cry comes again, all but clinging to him. Brother dear, big brother. This is puzzling. He last visited the town 80 years ago. There can't be anyone here who knows him. That's what I'm saying. By the time we're done with this town, he's just gonna be, like, in the fetal position, crying on the floor. Wait, brother, don't go. His puzzlement begins to take on an eerie edge, for the voice addressing him as Big Brother can only belong to an old woman. Without letting his guard down, he turned slowly. Just as he thought, it is an old woman. Dressed in the clothing of a young girl, the tiny old woman is looking straight at Kime with a bright smile on her face. "I think you may have the wrong person," he says, allowing his discomfort to show. "No, I don't," she says with a big shake of the head and an expanding smile. "You're Big Brother Kime." "What? What's wrong, Kime? Did you forget me?" Well, I mean, he can't place her. Even if he were to succeed in, even he were to, yeah. I'm getting tongue twisted a lot today. Even if he were to succeed in doing so, he knows he has no acquaintances in this town. He wonders, could this be a chance re-encounter with someone he met on the road? But no, he's sure he doesn't recognize her. Strangest of all, why should this woman who looks old enough to be his grandmother address him as Big Brother? "Don't pretend you don't know who I am, Kime. You're so mean." She yells at him loudly enough that people in the crowd stop and stare at them. It's not just the fact that she is shouting, of course. People always have to shout to be heard in these crowded streets. That alone would not attract attention. The old woman's voice is different from a normal adult yell. It's like the innocent, unrestrained cry of a little girl who throws her whole body into her scream. People turn, shocked expressions on the old woman, and quickly avert their eyes. Their dismay is understandable. The old woman has her stark white hair tied up in a colorful ribbon, and her dress has the same floral pattern and floppy sleeves as a little girl's. Many of the passerby look at the old woman with a mix of sympathy and pity on their faces. Gradually, Kime begins to comprehend the situation. This old woman has simply lived too long. This is why the past, locked away in her memory, has become realer to her than the reality before her eyes. A middle-aged passerby tugs on Kime's elbow. "If I were you, I would just walk away. Don't get involved with her. She'll be nothing but trouble." "It's true," says the wife by his side, nodding. "You're a stranger here, so you don't know, but this old woman is senile. You can ignore her. She'll forget everything in 5 minutes." They may be right, but the fact is this old woman knows Kime's name. The little girl part of her mind, she thinks of Kime as her big brother. He tries probing his distant memories. He spent no more than a few days here so long ago. He got to know very few people. There can't be any of those who left who still remember him. When Kime goes on standing before the old woman, the nosy middle-aged couple become indignant. "You try to be helpful, and what does it get you?" snorts the husband. "Let them work it out themselves," added the wife. "Let's just go," which they proceed to do. Winding up her voice for a maximum shrillness, the old woman calls out to them as they walk off in a huff. "Don't forget me now, you hear?" In that instant, Kime's memory makes the connection. The old woman greets his look of recognition with an expression of joy. "Do you remember me now?" she cries. "I'm Shushu. It's me, Shushu." He does remember her. A little girl he met in this town 80 years ago. Perhaps 5 or 6 years old at the time. She was a precocious little thing whose lack of shyness with strangers came from her being the daughter of an innkeeper. Somewhere along the way, she had probably picked up a phrase she had learned someone using, and so whenever a guest would depart after the number of days at the inn, instead of the standard goodbye or thank you, she would see the person off with a smile and a cheery, "Don't forget me now, you hear?" Only now, when he is suddenly able to see the girl beneath the wrinkles, Kime must avert his gaze from the old woman's face. "What's wrong with Big Brother?" He cannot bring himself to look directly at Shushu's vacant stare. 80 years have gone by. What can they talk about when a man who never ages meets a little girl from the distant past who has aged too much? "Let me through here, please. Sorry, let me through, please." Forcing his way through the crowd, a young man rushes up to where Shushu and Kime are standing. "Great-grandmother, how often do I have to ask you not to go out without telling me?" After scolding the old woman, he turns to Kime with an apologetic bow. "I'm terribly sorry she's been a bother to you. She's old and getting senile. I hope you can forgive her." Shushu herself, however, angrily purses her lips and demands to know. "What are you talking about? I'm just playing with Big Brother Kime. What's wrong with that?" She peers at the young man and asks, Who are you? The young man turns a sad gaze on Kime and begins to apologize again. With a pained smile, Kime stops him. Kime knows that, at times, it can be sadder and more heartbreaking for a life to be prolonged than for it be to cut short. Sad and heartbreaking though a life may be, however, no one has the right to trample on it. She can't just seem to get it through her head that she's old. Even if I hold up a mirror to her, she asks, "Who's that old lady?" The young man, whose name is Kyash, further explains the situation to Kime. She might forget that she ate breakfast, but her memories from childhood can be clear as a bell. Kime nods in silent understanding. Ash and Kime sit on a bench in the town plaza, watching Shushu pick flowers. She's apparently making a floral wreath for her long-lost big brother. But really, sir, do you have the time for this? Weren't you in a hurry to get somewhere? No, I'm fine, don't worry. Thanks very much. He smiles for the first time and says, I haven't seen her this happy in ages. The young man seems convinced that his great-grandmother has encountered in Kime a person who resembles someone she knew as a child. Kime allows him this. He knows that Cash cannot and need not imagine the existence of a person who never ages. Her health has really deteriorated lately. Whenever she runs a fever, we wonder if this is going to be the end for her, and we prepare for the worst. Then she springs right back. Sometimes we joke that her mind is so far gone she's forgotten to die. Kime sees the young man in profile. Cash has a gentle smile on his face as he speaks of his great-grandmother. No doubt when he was little she used to hold him and play with him. Grown up now, Cash watches over his great-grandmother like a parent watching his own child. He calls out to her, That's nice, great-grandmother. I haven't seen you weave flowers together like that for a long time. Yeah, I think it is. At the very least, it'd be like a novella or a, a short novel, just in all his memories and backstories. Squatting in the grass with a fistful of flowers, Shushu answers, That's not true. I made a wreath for him yesterday. Then she says to Kime, Isn't that right, big brother? You wore it in your hair for me, didn't you? Kime cups his hands around his mouth and calls back to her. I certainly did. It smelled so nice. Shushu's face becomes a mass of joyful wrinkles. Overcome with emotion, Cash bows his head. Kime asks Cash, Are you the one who takes care of her? Uh-huh, me and my wife Cynthia. How about your parents, or even your grandparents? Are they still living? Cash shrugs and says, I'm the only other member of my family left alive. His grandparents both died in an epidemic 20 years ago. His father lost his life in the war that enveloped this area 10 years ago. His mother, Shushu's granddaughter, aged more rapidly than her own mother, and the lamp of her life was snuffed out 5 years ago. So my great-grandmother, who has had to keep holding funerals over the years for her children and grandchildren, before we noticed she had become the oldest person in town. Must be lonely living that way. I'm sure, answers Kime. Might even be a kindness of the gods to let people fade out mentally when they've lived too long. At least that's how I've come to see it lately. You would think she would feel lonely to be left behind that way, but she's not lonely at all. To live long means you have lots of memories. Maybe it's not such a bad thing to live in the world of your memories during the last days of your life. Shushu stands up, her arms filled with flowers. Big brother Kime, I'm going to make a floral wreath for you now. If I have any flowers left over, I'll make one for this person too. Kime and Cash look at each other with bewildered smiles. Why are you smiling like that, Shushu asks. Are you two friends now? She opens her wrinkle-ringed eyes wide in surprise, gives the two men a joyful smile, and collapses into the grass. Cash starts to run for the doctor, but Kime grabs his arm and holds him back, saying, "You'd better stay with her." Ironically, Kime, who can never truly know what it feels like to age, has been present for that very reason at countless deaths over the years. His experience tells him that Shushu will not recover this time. Shushu is lying on her back where she has fallen, her armload of flowers now spread over her chest. Her face wears a smile. "Wait just a minute, big brother Kime. I'll make your wreath for you right away." Her mind is still lingering among her memories of the past. Will she stay like this to the very end? "Keep fighting, great-grandmother. Don't let go." Cash clings to her hand, tearfully shouting encouragement, but she may not even realize that this is her own great-grandson. "It's me, great-grandmother. It's me, Cash. You haven't forgotten me, have you? I bathed you last night. You knew who I was then, didn't you?" Cash appeals to her with all his might, but Shushu, a girlish smile on her lips, is departing for that distant world. "I'm going to be a father soon, great-grandmother, remember? I told you last night. Cynthia has a baby inside. It's going to make you a great-great-grandmother. Our family is going to grow. Another person with your flesh and blood." Still smiling, Shushu grasps one of the flowers on her chest in her trembling fingers. She thrusts it towards Cash in a voice no more than a whisper. She says, "Don't forget me now, you hear?" Cash doesn't understand. Indeed, how could he know the little phrase she always used to speak long before he was born? Kime puts his arm around Cash's shoulder and says, "Answer her." "I know what you mean, great-grandmother. I won't forget you. I'll absolutely never forget you. How could I forget my own great-grandmother?" "Don't forget me now, you hear? I won't forget you, great-grandmother, believe me. I'll always remember you. Don't forget me now, you hear?" Shushu closes her eyes and lays her hand on the flowers on her chest as if groping there for something. She seems almost to be trying to open the door where the memories are sealed. A soft breeze moves over her. The flowers adorning her chest dance in the wind along with the memories. Surely among those memories is the Kime of 80 years ago. Kime snatches at one of the petals dancing in the wind and closing it in the palm of his hand. Shushu will never open her eyes again. She is left on a journey to a world where there is no past or present. The only ones she has left behind are Kime, who will go on living forever, and Cash, who is about to welcome a new life into the world. Clinging to her corpse, Cash raises his tear-stained face to look at Kime. "Thank you so much," he says to Kime the Traveler. "Thanks to you, my great-grandmother was so happy to be picking flowers at the very end." "No, it wasn't thanks to me," Kime says. He closes his fist on the petal in his hand and says to Cash, "I'm sure if she made a wreath, she would have given it to your sweet new baby." Cash shyly cocks his head and mutters, "I hope you're right." But then, smiling through his tears, he declares, "I'm sure you are." About that promise you made to her, be good and don't forget her. No, of course not. People go on living as long as they remain in someone's memory. With these words, Kime begins to walk slowly away. Behind him, he hears Shushu's voice. "Don't forget me now, big brother Kime, you hear?"
Please get better. Thank you, bye.
Hey, Herbie. It's the voice of the little girl from 80 years ago, ringing ever clear, sweet and innocent, declaring farewell to the man who will travel life forever. Fuck, I'm gonna need a minute after that one. My grandma had Alzheimer's, so that one hit a little too close to home. Yeah, that one was a little too real. Okay. Where have I not gone yet? Oh man, now we've even got other little short stories. Once there was a little boy who was very brave. He was also very well behaved, so all of his family loved him very much. In a nearby mountain there was an evil monster who liked to cause trouble for the people in town, ruining their crops and kidnapping their children. He was strong, his fangs were sharp, and his body was covered with tough scales, so none of the soldiers in the land were strong enough to defeat him. One day, the brave little boy saw how distressed the townspeople were. "Why is everybody crying?" he asked his mother. "The evil monster kidnapped the princess," she answered. "Why was the princess kidnapped?" the boy asked. "The monster likes little children and beautiful princesses the most because their meat is soft and succulent," answered the mother. "Why isn't anyone helping the princess?" the boy asked. The mother answered, "The soldiers tried to rescue her, but they were all killed by the monster." The monster was one of the strongest in the land. Even when every soldier in town banded together to fight him, he just opened his enormous mouth and swallowed them up, all at once. "But mother," the boy exclaimed, "doesn't he have any weaknesses?" "The monster has no scales on the tip of his tail," the mother said, "so when you touch it, they say it pains him terribly. But the monster is crafty and he never shows his tail to anyone. He always keeps his enemy in front of him." Upon hearing that from his mother, the brave little boy had a brilliant idea. Sneaking out of town one day, the brave little boy was spotted by his friend, the little bird. "Where are you going? The monster's ahead and it's dangerous." "That's exactly what I need your help with. Could you go to the other side of the mountain and peck the monster on the head for me? You're small and you can do it while flying." The bird perched on the little boy's shoulder. "All right, you're my friend, so I'll help you." The boy and the bird climbed the mountain. The bones of the monster's victims were scattered across the mountainside, and the monster's fearsome bellow grew louder and louder. "Here I go," said the bird as it took off, and the boy collected some sharp pointing stones and put them in his pocket. As he approached the mountaintop, the boy saw the gigantic monster. It sat still and waited silently until, from the other side of the mountain, he saw the bird shoot down like an arrow and peck the monster's head with its sharp beak. The monster, surprised, turned around and tried to swallow the impertinent little bird. Just then, the boy lunged at the monster's exposed tail and drove his sharp stone deep into the soft flesh of the beast. The monster flailed about in pain, but the boy held on to his tail, refusing to let go. One by one, he plunged all the sharp stones from his pocket into the monster's tail. Eventually, it proved to be too much for the mighty beast, and with a mighty thump, he fell to the ground. The brave little boy found the kidnapped princess and returned home to his mother. The brave little boy married the princess, and his bird friend was awarded all the bread crusts he could eat. They all lived happier ever after. The end. Probably the only the only tech story in this that's gonna have a happy ending. Hey, Snort Choopy Carp. Twitch? I mean, there's a lot of things wrong with Twitch. I mean, for one, just what happened the other day with the day off Twitch that they had to have just to get awareness for them to do something about the hate raids. Because they're usually pretty bad about stuff like that. Even like their bannings. Like there's so many people that have found so many different ways to circumvent their bans. And they're just in general not very helpful with smaller streamers. Like a lot of people have said, because like I don't really care too much about growing my channel. I don't ever really want to get big. But a lot of times when I'm looking for like tips on how, like stuff I can do for the stream, just to kind of customize it and see if there's anything cool I can add to it. A lot of those videos, they are giving tips that they want to tell people so that they can grow their stream. And I forget a lot of them, but one thing that I constantly hear in those videos is they keep saying that to make content on other platforms because Twitch's tools to find people are the worst out of all of them. Like, Twitch doesn't do anything to actively promote smaller streams and help them grow like YouTube or TikTok or something else might be. I constantly see whenever I'm watching those videos, always like, oh, if you want to grow your stream, you need to make content on another platform to get noticed and then like link them to your stream. So yeah, it just Twitch in and of itself doesn't seem to care too much outside of their like massive streamers. It might have been through a raid. I noticed that a lot of the people that come to my stream, especially those that end up being like that stick around, it's usually because it was from a raid from another like usually JRPG focused stream. Like they raid, they follow, and they see me playing something they like, and they come back, and then they end up sticking around. At least I think that's how most of you guys got here. All right, I think I'm okay to go back to face cam. That one story, man. That story kind of wrecked me a little bit. Having two children is just making my head spin. I haven't started arguing with each other yet, but the day is still young. The kids are always picking up stuff and hiding it around here. If you find anything strange, just take it with you, alright? Hey, and again, they give us permission for all the stuff that I've stole. And Snorchupikar got Kaine. Okay, this is the way it came in. They're like... I guess it would be more accurate to say they're like machetes, like serrated machetes. Under the rule of its 1,000-year-old queen, Numara enjoyed an unprecedented period of peace. The hypercurrent served as a barrier against outside invasions, and her Majesty's policy of peaceful coexistence served to strengthen the nation. Numara first faced danger 500 years ago when an eastern tribe wielding powerful spirit magic sent a massive force into Numara. The army entered from the southwest, clashing with our forces in a fierce battle in the lush forest that covers the region. This battle dealt a severe blow to Numara. Although it is hard to imagine now, at the time, only a small handful of people, including Her Majesty, had magic abilities. The magical power source itself was still weak, and much of magic's inner workings were still a mystery. Eastern tribe used its spirit magic to engage in warfare in ways the Numarans had never imagined. As with black and white magic, spirit magic takes advantage of a mysterious, unknown power, but its basic principle and methods are far from similar. In the end, the battle concluded with Numara's victory after Her Majesty reluctantly made use of her arsenal of black magic. The forest was soaked with the blood of Numarans and Eastern tribesmen, with countless dead on both sides buried where they lay. The battlefield, known today as the Crimson Forest, is now home to a legion of wandering spirits. Her Majesty, concerned with the danger that the forest possesses, has prohibited entry into the woods ever since. Great snacks for kids. Sweet, fluffy steam cakes are a hit amongst children everywhere. Add in some fruit for a novel delight. Yeah, this isn't a recipe. I don't get it. Why on earth does my wife have to gripe about everything? My daughter-in-law is such a cruel individual. She hadn't stopped by for years. So that's like the second or third time that there's been a mention somewhere that the Queen has been around for 1,000 years. So I'm guessing she is also an immortal. And even just all this time that we've been exploring this city, and I honestly still don't even know what I'm supposed to do to advance the story. I've just been exploring.
That's an unusual color for a flower.
Whoa, no kidding. Girls like flowers. Hey, mind letting me have one? Ow!
Don't pick 'em.
Hey, you little brat. Next time, say that before you hit someone. You got that, kid?
Shut up, you old geezer.
Geezer? Old? Oh, I'm going home.
Did you plant these flowers?
Nuh-uh. They're just flowers that grow around here. Mom says they're really rare. What are they called again? Tender flora. Yeah, what he said. Mom loves these flowers. They never wilt. She says they make people happy, too. Mom feels sorry for them since they're so pretty. And people just pick them whenever they want.
You know, I bet there are lots of people out there who would pick a flower if they knew it could make them happy.
It's because they're growing here that makes you happy.
You're right. You know, if you leave them here, then they can make everyone happy.
Yeah,
The only one who's
I'm
ever
worried
said
about that too.
You must be a good person.
Well, thank you.
What's your name? I'm Cook, and this is my little brother, Mac.
Cook and Mac. Gotcha. I'm Seth. Nice to meet you. Kime?
Kime, hey, step out of it, buddy. Cut it out. We're pals now, right? Hey, you're giving me that look again. You were blooming. What? Back then. Back what?
Okay, this is main story trauma, not story time trauma.
Check it out. It's those prisoners the Queen just released. Yes, this looks suspicious. What are you characters up to?
Hey, stay back! Watch out for the flower! Please.
Flowers?
Hey, if you want to pick a fight, do it someplace else.
Hey, those are tender flora. You know, the ones that'll make you happy.
Oh, I've heard good things about them.
You're thinking about your girl, aren't you?
Yeah, if I bring her these flowers, getting her in the sack would be a snap. I am on the same wavelength with that guy. Hey, let me get some of that action.
Don't even go there, Jansen.
All right.
Hey! You can't have them!
What's with you, kid? Out of my way!
Cook, are you okay?
Yeah.
Real mature there, picking on a kid. Uh-oh. Hey, fine.
Listen up, losers. The Numaran military has the right to seize anything that grows on Numaran soil, including those flowers.
It's just a bunch of flowers. It's silly to pick a fight over something so small. What's with you? Out of the way, kid. It's no big deal. I'm just gonna take 2 or 3.
No,
What's with you, kid? I can't hear you.
I said no.
I still can't hear you. Oh, how cute. Hey, check out the tough guy.
I'm not moving.
Hey! Crap! What the hell's got him so worked up?
Hey, we could use this kid as the official flower guard. We've got quite a crew of strangers and brats here, eh?
Why don't all of you get lost? You're mucking up Numara.
Get your hands up here! You idiots are the ones who should get lost! Your breath is so bad, it wilts the flowers!
Cook?
Oh, not bad. I like that. Good choice of words. Very nice. Good. Loved it.
Hey, you little brat! That's not how you address a Numaran soldier. Just because you're a kid doesn't mean you can get away with stuff like that.
I wonder how long your chivalry will last.
Actually, let's have him shield everybody first.
I knew they weren't ordinary travelers. We'll find out who you really are one of these days. Hey, don't you forget it!
Yeah, we'll remember whatever we want, stupid. Wow, you guys are all so strong.
Well, we've been doing this for a while.
These guys haven't lived as long as they have for nothing, you know.
We want to thank you somehow. Right, Mac? How about we bring him home?
Home?
Yeah, we don't have much, but we'd love it if you came to our house.
That sounds really fun. What's the plan, Kime?
Let's keep moving.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine to rest for just a little bit, won't it?
Yeah, Kime, what's a day or a week, month? Come on.
Please?
Well, that settles it.
Why are you in such a rush? You got nothing but time. Kime.
Get to our house, take this path straight down until you see the ocean. Then turn left there. Our house is the one with the big blue door. You can't miss it. There's probably a lot of stuff that I missed in town I need to go back to, but I'm going to push forward for a little bit. I honestly didn't even think this was the way to continue the story. I was still just exploring. No, you just reach into it and leave it there. Hey, Nami, how you doing? So that's their house. That's where they want me to go. Little thing just paid out. Yeah, Kaim just keeps tripping over trauma. Huh. Inflicts water damage, inflicts significant damage on organic energies, and absorbs a small amount of enemy MP. Oh yeah, how is, like, I'm guessing you've been on muscle relaxers for a few days now. How is your back now? Gotten any better? So I'm guessing that's a no on the muscle relaxers helping it. Damn, that sucks. Medicine you order is in the package. However, I must remind you this is meant as a pain reliever, not as a treatment for the disease itself. I know you're not prone to fits of despair, so I'll be blunt. With your illness at such an advanced stage, treatment with conventional medicine will be difficult. I sincerely recommend you visit a doctor at least once. If you ask Her Majesty, I'm sure she will procure a talented sorcerer to suit your interests. Please take advantage of it. You must think about the children. Furthermore, I have my doubts that living in Ghost Town is the best thing for your health there. I heard that you're keeping up with the house after your husband's death, but you must consider the needs of the living first. Do you have any family that can call upon? Hope you have the best treatment your needs. Best regards.
Hey, Mom! Mom, we're home. Mom, we brought some guests.
Is she sick?
Looks like it.
Good afternoon.
Hey there.
These people are from Ura. They protected the Tender Flora from these stupid soldiers, didn't they?
The flowers.
Mom? What's wrong? Mom?
The flowers. They've let me see you one more time.
I tripped over some more trauma.
The flowers. They brought us together.
Oh, Father.
Father?
What?
Father?
Miriam, is that you?
Father.
Lirum!
Lirum.
You survived.
Kime, your memories.
What is it? Why are you looking at me?
Gungora. Gungora was there.
I've missed you so much.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't save you myself.
is Mom?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since. Sarah. I have to find her. She doesn't even know you're alive.
I don't have
I'd be
much
surprised if he
time.
didn't have kids at some point, living for 1,000 years.
Cook. Mac. Come here. Listen, both of you. Kime here is my father. I know he looks very young, but he is your grandfather. The one I've told you so much about. Your dear treasures. I've been able to hold on this long because you've been here.
Which we're pretty sure that amnesia was caused by Gongora, since he even gave Jansen that little
Take care of them.
pearl that he said to use on them if they started getting their memories back. And when we used it on that guard in the prison, he lost all his memories.
There's something I've always wanted to tell you.
I know, Lirum. I know. Lirum!
I'm glad. So very glad. I could see you once more.
Lirum! No, don't go. I'll bring Sarah here, I swear. Hang on, Lirum.
He's been around for bare minimum 1,000 years. Maybe longer, but I think that's as far back as they've said he's been around as 1,000 years. That's even what all those like text visual novel segments, like they're all him regaining memories. Now we're in control of the prince.
Father, if only I had a fraction of your strength. There was still so much I needed to learn from you. I depended on your guidance even when you scolded me for my weakness. Father! What is this?
Oh yeah, it's that shit demon that Gongora was making earlier. Looks like he made more than one.
Stay back!
Guy's actually got some pretty good abilities. Even though he's slow as hell.
Brace yourself. For Ura. Chairman,
You fought rather well. I'd expect nothing less of you.
you were watching.
That's what I'll say.
Why
He's
didn't
not
you
just
help
a little
Well, I
wussy
didn't
prince. He's
expect a
actually
frail puppet like that
got
to
some
best
skills to
someone
him.
Of your blood. I sent it simply to test you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What? That puppet was one of your pawns? Why would you do something like that to me?
Because I do not wish to see the throne restored.
Throne restored? Wait, was the poison soup your doing? Chairman, answer me!
I cannot trust Ura to the hands of an incompetent ruler.
That's why you tried to kill me.
As long as a member of the royal family exists, dissidents will try to restore the monarchy. The royal bloodline must be extinguished. Just by being alive, you give those dissidents hope.
He's using talk no jutsu.
I do not wish to have the monarchy restored, Chairman. There is no reason to kill me.
I will not stand for incompetence. There is only one way to atone. You must die now.
Chairman, this is madness.
If you are made king, Ura will fall.
Looks like we get to fight back now.
I see no other way than to fight. Forgive me, Chairman. Sha!
Monarchy is no longer the right choice. Monarchy is no longer the right choice.
Hey, you said that already. Why do I get the feeling Gongora put him up to this just to have him accused of killing the chairman?
I am too late.
He's dead? I had no choice. The chairman was trying to kill me.
I know. I know everything. All right, let's deal with this calmly, Your Majesty. Please, don't panic.
He's either trying to get him accused and banished or set out on the run, or he's going to use this to
Roxiana
blackmail
visited
him.
my manor earlier tonight. He spoke enthusiastically of his plans to prevent the restoration of the throne, to establish his own influence and such. To achieve those ends, he said the first thing that had to be done was to ensure Your Highness's death. I sensed peril, and although I am under house arrest, I escaped my incarceration and came as soon as I could. But I was still too late. I would never have expected the chairman to try to kill you, even as deluded as he was.
Gongora.
Chairman Roxian died in an accident.
You always come when I'm in danger. You are the only one I can rely upon.
Your Majesty, I believe your late father watches over you and sent me to your aid.
Father.
All according to
Let us
Cake.
go now. I will handle everything. Your Highness will not be suspected.
Ah, he was a poop demon too. Of course, now he's gonna have to kill the real one to make it stick. Either he's gonna be the final boss, or it's gonna be like he's the one who summons the final boss, or he fuses with like the final boss. That's a big snake. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that matchup happened a few times.
Drink this. It will calm you a bit.
Right. Oh. What should I do? I've killed a man!
Perhaps your memory is a bit muddled. It was an accident. Chairman Roxian passed away due to unfortunate circumstances.
But...
The chairman fell prey to a sudden illness. It was beyond the doctor's abilities to save him. Leave everything to me. I will announce the chairman's sad demise to the people. No one else will be hurt. No one will question your Highness's integrity, and the chairman's good name shall be preserved. Consider this. If our nation lost both the chairman and your Highness, it would plunge into chaos. If that were to happen, Gotza would undoubtedly take advantage of our weakness and invade.
Yes, Gotza would.
Remember, they have plotted against Kent and wore down Ura during the recent war. If Ura were to falter now, it would be an invitation for Gotza to invade.
What should I do?
There is only one thing your Highness must do, and that is to protect Ura.
Me?
Yes, your Highness. Like your father, you must lead your people with confidence and conviction. It is your solemn duty to overcome the incident that occurred today.
That is true. It is my duty. Gongora, will you stand by me?
Always, your Highness.
If it weren't for you, Gongora, I don't know what I would do.
You sell yourself short. You are an able administrator, and you will one day be a fine king. Now then, today you must rest, Beginning tomorrow, you will be a very busy king. From this day forward, you are my servant. Give me a sign of your fealty.
Welcome back, Kaim.
I think I'm gonna be sick. If Gongora wiped out our memories, he must be up to something.
So he took our memories, instead of taking our lives. By taking away what was most precious to us, he destroyed our hearts and reduced us to empty shells. If he's willing to go that far, what he's after must be this world.
The world itself.
Yes.
Ridiculous. Me, you, Gongora. I remember 2 others. One of them is Sarah.
The other one is Ming, the 1,000-year-old queen who founded Numara.
Does she remember?
I don't know. When we were released, we only got a glimpse of her face.
I'm going to look for Sarah.
Any ideas where to start?
In my memories.
That is true. The way you feel about people is different from memories. Feelings of love become a huge sense of loss when your memories are sealed. Those you've loved remain in your heart. You'll be able to meet her again, I'm sure.
I've stumbled upon my daughter's death twice now. The first time she died, my heart was filled with despair. The second time she died, though, it wasn't despair that filled my heart. It was hope. If he won't die, I'll bury Gongora in so much pain he'll wish he was dead. We have all the time in the world. That's the hope that I live for. Liram helped me to live again.
Okay, so Gongora is one of the immortals too.
Kai, if the send-off tomorrow is too hard for you to bear...
No, I'll see Liram off. It's my duty as her father.
Good morning. You must be Miss Liram's father.
Not yet. But it seems like all of them are they all, because they said the same thing about the queen, that she's been around for 1,000 years. So I'm starting to think that maybe they were all made immortal at the same time, or maybe in the same event, because they all do seem to be about 1,000 years old.
Miss Seth contacted me.
I'm sure that'll be something that gets explained later on in the game.
Liram off.
Where's Mom going?
She will return to Mother Ocean, who brought us to this land long ago. Even though her body goes to the sea, you will still have your spiritual bond with her.
Spiritual bonds?
Yes. Your souls as mother and son will always be connected. Even though the body may have gone, these bonds are eternal. I'll need the family's assistance to give Miss Liram a proper farewell.
Well, what should we do?
It's nothing difficult. We'll need flowers to adorn Miss Liram and torches to light the send-off flame.
I understand. I'll get lots of flowers, so Mom will look extra pretty.
Then, if you would take care of the torches, please.
You all right?
Yeah, but I want to do something too.
Certainly. I'll have you help me later. Well then, the first thing is to gather the flowers, please.
I'd like for you to gather about 10 white flowers as decorations for Miss Lirum.
Mr. Kime, please gather the branches for the torch.
Okay, yeah. I've seen the little bundles of twigs before. Yes, Josie? Alright. Looks like we need to take a little kitty break. Come here. What, was that it? Is that all you wanted?
Everything is prepared for Miss Lyram's send-off. Let us begin. Everyone is waiting to give Miss Lyram a final farewell.
I don't see Mac around.
He said he had someplace to go, and then he ran off.
Are you worried?
Mac has a lot of guts. He'll be fine.
I'm your grandfather. You can call me Grandpa.
Even though you're younger than Mom?
Yeah.
I'll stick with Kaim. Saying Grandpa just doesn't feel right.
Whoa. Look at that, Seth. Kaim's actually being nice. Huh.
Well, he is a grandfather with his grandchild.
Wow. I guess getting grandchildren can really change a guy.
I don't think it's quite like that.
I think I've got a pretty good guess where Mac went.
Where?
To get those flowers.
I see.
See, for us, we figured that as long as those flowers were blooming, Mom would stay healthy.
So you protected them?
Yeah. Mac and I, we both knew that Mom wasn't well. We wanted to stay together, even if it was just for a little longer. So we would pray to those flowers every day.
Cook!
The flowers.
I thought I could show them to Mom. But they've already wilted.
Those flowers. Wasn't it important to let them keep blooming naturally? Didn't your mother also say that? Well, wilting is something natural too.
I thought they would cheer her up. I never let anyone step on them.
Oh, you dummy. Did you think this would make Mom happy?
But these are Mom's favorite flowers.
And they were also there when I parted ways with Miriam's mother, your grandmother.
Huh?
The fact that your mother treasured these flowers was probably tied to memories of those times. I'm sure your mother would understand your feelings. And I can understand them too. You're a good person, Mac.
You're nice too, Kyle.
I am.
Yep. I thought that about you just now.
Is that so? Go show them to Lyra, Mac.
Mom.
I'm a little emotional about things like this, I guess.
Well, I don't handle these things too well either.
Mr. Kime, take hold of the ribbons, please. These ribbons are the only thing that tie us, the living, to Miss Lyra, the deceased. Miss Lyra must now begin her new journey. Our final duty is to sever our ties with her in the form of these ribbons. Please watch Mac. He shall give us the courage to sever these ties. That is his role. You shall cut your ties with Miss Lyra, while your undying love for her remains in your hearts.
You said that even if we have to cut our ties, we still have our spiritual bonds, right?
Yes, those bonds are eternal. Now, let us send Miss Lyra off. Many ribbons from Miss Lyra have been passed to her father. When all of them have been severed, Miss Lyra shall begin her journey out into Mother Ocean. Mac, with the lit torch you carry, trace the movements of the wands the attendees are waving. Those movements will convey the attendees' wishes and parting words to your mother. If you perform a move incorrectly, the attendees' good wishes will not be conveyed. If that happens, try again to match the movements of the attendees. When you correctly trace the movements with your flame, the attendees' torches will light up. Then the attendees will sever the ribbons with their flames to represent their own connections and to make their unseen bonds eternal. When all of the ribbons are severed, Miss Lyra will start her journey. Are you ready, Mac? It is time, everyone. Let us sever our physical ties with Miss Lyra.
I mean, I guess we kind of do, like, being a pallbearer and carrying the casket, or giving a eulogy. I mean, if you think of them in the sense that they're things that you can mess up, I guess you could consider them mini-games. Yeah, that's what I was expecting too. It was like, is this last guy just gonna do like DDR?
Mac, I thought you would have cried more.
Me too.
You know, you haven't cried since the funeral began. It's so strange. I don't know why I can't cry. You seem so calm.
How's your mother? Happy?
She was.
Yeah, I think that's what Vikings do also.
Had lots of friends.
I think there were a couple of other
Dad
cultures
was
that do that too, besides
a really
Vikings.
great person. Even the queen cared about her and helped her out a lot. I'm sure she must have been happy.
She always missed you, Kime. And Grandma.
You don't cry anymore, do you, Kime?
You're strong, Kime. I heard from Mom that you are immortal and invincible. It's amazing. Not dying. It's really great.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
It means I see so many people that I care for pass on, like your mother.
You've seen it a lot.
Yeah, enough to lose count.
That's why you got so strong.
But it must hurt.
It does.
I want to grow up to be strong like you, Kime. Even if it hurts. Even if it's tough. I won't cry. I'm gonna be strong.
Right.
Look! Check it out!
Coming back to life.
I just knew it! I just knew Mom heard our wish!
Do you still believe stuff like that?
Don't you think Mom would have done this? It's gotta be because of her the flowers are better. Mom is close, and she hears what we say. It must mean she's with us, Cook.
That's impossible.
Wait a few days till after his mom's death to make fun of his outfit.
Hey, Kai, can't you get your memory back instantly? I mean, that would save a lot of time.
You are so stupid, Jensen. Are you for real?
You don't understand. I care too.
You don't say. What's wrong?
Look at this. Mac went out again, and here, read it.
I'm going to meet Mom in the Crimson Forest. I want to show her these flowers.
Crimson Forest.
Ah, kids.
It's supposed to be a place where you go to meet the souls of the dead. But the queen has forbidden anyone to go in there.
Oh, but he went anyway, huh? That little...
I'm gonna go look for him.
Wait, Cook. Wait. It's too dangerous. I'll go with you.
We'll go too.
What? We? No. Are you saying we? As in me?
Yeah, I did.
Look it. You know, the queen says don't go in the forest. I think she's very wise. I don't think we should go to the forest. I'm gonna stay here and support the queen.
Would you quit whining?
No. Save me, oh my queen!
Shut up and get moving.
Oh, hey.
Let's go.
Man, I am so not rested. Gee whiz, another hike. Oh boy.
You know I'm not even a quarter of the way through this game yet because it's, oh hey, Cook is a party member. She have. That's definitely good to have. I'll have to get Kime and Seth to learn those. There's oddly enough, even though this, you know, in typical JRPG fashion, there's like, you know, we have to go right away. This is important. You know, can't waste any time. But there's still stuff in town that I missed that I have to go back for. So, unfortunately, the grandkid's gonna have to wait for us to go get him in a bit. But anyway, before I noticed that, what I was about to say is like, I notice every once in a while on like Reddit and Twitter. It was originally a thing on Twitter, but it's a meme that would pop up every once in a while, where it's basically when Last of Us 2 came out, someone posted a picture of Ellie and was like, name one character that suffered more than her, I'll wait. And then it's usually the joke of like, you know, there's lots of characters that suffered more than her, so people will post up, and I don't think it's like, I'm only a quarter way through this game. Not even a quarter. I haven't finished the first disc out of 4 discs. I'm pretty sure Kame falls in that category easily, just from what I've seen so far. But it's about 20 minutes after when I was supposed to go because that funeral scene was long. But I'm going to go take my break. I'll be back in 5. And then, like I said, there's some stuff we got to get from town. And then we'll go save the kid. So I'll be back in 5. Alright, back. I don't think I ever went to the top floor here. We've seen 6 stories, and there's 25 left. That's a lot of depression. Crimson Forest is in the mountain to the west. We better hurry. There are monsters showing up outside of town. Yeah, well, once again. JRPG, just because you have to hurry doesn't mean you have to hurry. Oh, hey, speaking of which, we tripped over some more trauma. Evening. Evening bell. Rolling farmland spread out before him. Kime harvests vegetables, wielding his hoe with deep concentration. The sky on this autumn evening is a deep crimson. Maybe we should call it a day, says the heavy-set woman who owns the farm. She drops an armload of vegetables into the basket. Kime nods and wipes the sweat from his brow. You're a tremendous help, says the woman. Look how much we've done. Kime responds to her praise with a slight nod. You still can't remember where you're from, she asks. Afraid not. Well, the way you work, she says with an easy laugh. I don't care if you're from the moon. Seriously, Kime, what will you do when the harvest ends? I don't know yet. Haven't made up my mind. There's plenty of work to do here even in winter, she says. It'd be fine with me if you wanted to stay on a while longer. Thank you, says Kime. She herself is a hard worker and warm human being. This is not a crap. Starting to wonder if maybe the button on my controller is sticking or something. As I prepare to leave the field, a small bell begins to ring. The hour is still somewhat early for the church's evening bell. Kime glances down to the road at the base of the hill. The funeral procession advances slowly along the road, mourners surrounding a horse bearing a coffin. The woman sets her hoe in the ground, removes her headscarf, and clasps her hands together. Kime scans the hills to find that all the other workers on the surrounding farms are doing the same thing, clasping their hands, bowing their heads, and closing their eyes in the direction of the passing funeral. Kime follows their example. The old man leading the funeral procession swings a little bell. Its ringing echoes among the hills. The mourners pass in silence, the woman in black veils, the men in black coats, head bowed. The children in the rear elbow each other playfully, unaware of the meaning of death. When the funeral has passed, the woman raises her head and blinks her moistened eyes. The one who passed away is going home, she says. Home? Kime asks, somewhat startled. Home, to the soil, to the sky, to the sea, like all living things. Kime nods in silent recognition. How many deaths has he seen in this endlessly long life of his? All those people leave this world of ours and we never see them again. In that sense, death is an infinitely sad event. If, however, we think that in dying they go back to their home somewhere, certain comfort and even joy comes to mingle with the sadness. But Kime, who can never grow old or die, can never go home. The woman scoops up a handful of earth and says with deep feeling, Many lives have become a part of this soil, the lives of tiny living things we can't see, the lives of withered grass. If you think about it that way, our vegetables are made for us by the lives of many others. I see. Can I ask you a favor, Kime? Of course. If I should die while you're working here, would you scatter some of my ashes on this field for me? A handful would do. Kime is at a loss for words. He forces a smile. Husband dead, children on their own, the woman lives by herself on the farm. Kime knows that if he goes on working here, like it or not, he will eventually have to watch over the woman's deathbed, even if she were to die 100, 200 years from now. The church bell rings, signaling the end of the workday. The woman clasps her hands before her as she did when the funeral passed. I've been allowed to come safely through one more day. For this I give my heartfelt thanks. May tomorrow be another healthy day for me. Her voice in prayer resounds forcefully in Kime's breast. This happens every time he hears the church's evening bell. The conviction overtakes him that he does not belong here. Ma'am, he says to the woman after the last chime resounds. Yes? Wouldn't you say that people give thanks for each safe day and pray for good fortune the day to come because they know their lives will end? What's wrong, Kime? I'll be leaving the village when the harvest is over. Why all of a sudden? What's happened? I have no right to live here, he says. Ignoring her stupefaction, Kime lifts the vegetable basket in both arms. He takes another good, long look at the setting sun. Where will you go, Kime, if you leave here? I don't know. Somewhere. Are you just going to keep wandering like this? I don't have any place to go home to, says Kime. Hoisting the basket onto his shoulder, he starts down the hill. His black goes red in the setting sun. That was a short one. Also, why do I get the feeling more and more that the happy ending for this game is going to be him dying? Maybe even all of the immortals dying. War is a tankless job.
Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
Either that or some kind of mind control just went over him. One of the FAQ, there's someone that I'm supposed to be able to talk to. It'll give me a password so I can go into the shop in the back. Maybe the immortality skips a generation and the kids are immortal too. Well, we can still have grown-ass adults in our party. I'm not sure how big the party gets. It looks like it might be 5. But we'll eventually get back up to that number. I'm sure there's at least 5 adults in the game we can play around with. I think the better thing to point out would be that there are actually adults in this. Because in most games there's like maybe one adult who's like 22 and the rest of them are all teenagers and a couple of kids. Like, at the very least, everybody in this is an adult, and then there's one kid hanging around. It also kind of makes me wonder, is this the type of stuff that Sakaguchi, like, wanted to make? Like, all those, like, basically the entire Final Fantasy series that we saw before he left. Like, was he wanting to do stuff like this and they kept telling him, like, no, they gotta be teenagers. No, you gotta take all the depressing shit out of them. And is that why he finally left? That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like maybe that's why he left, was that this is the type of stuff he wanted to make the entire time and they kept telling him no. And, like, basically making him water it down. Well, I'm talking about the themes in general. Because, I mean, for the most part, they never really get past their early 20s, I think. Because I think even in Final Fantasy VII, they were only, like, the main characters were only, like, in their early 20s. And while they did have some, like, all of them did have some, like, little spots here and there of, like, darker or depressing themes, it's definitely nothing like this. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering if... like, he made them and then he had to tone them down every time because someone told him to. I haven't played 15, but that also had nothing to do with Sakaguchi either. Like, Sakaguchi, I think, was like... I think the last one he worked on was 10. Yeah. But even then, like I said, like, from what, like I said, I'm not even a quarter way through this yet. But there is some dark and depressing shit in this game. And that's why I'm wondering if, like, does that mean that Final Fantasy from 10 and before, all the ones that he worked on, like, is this the type of stuff that he wanted to put in the game and they kept telling him no? There we go. They're on to Thomas's recommendation from the salon. This customer be sure to... Okay, now we can get to the back of the shop. No, it's on the list. That one I would probably have to emulate because I'm probably not gonna buy a Wii. And also I wouldn't want to have to play with a Wiimote. I mean, that's always we could say that's the diplomatic answer that they give to the press, but what they tell the press the reason for their leaving isn't always the real reason for leaving. Yeah, now we're in that black card area. Yeah. I don't know that he got... At least from what I remember seeing when it happened, I don't think he got booted. I think he left. No, that's kind of my point, is that we never really know the exact story of why it happens. Like, is he leaving because because they're restricting him too much and he thinks he can do better? Is he leaving because they're pressuring him out? Like, either way, they always just give a generic, answer to the press so that they can leave on good terms and not make either side really look bad. Okay, I need to make a lot more bruiser rings to make all of these. Might want to have 2 Herculean rings. Just for when things don't have a weakness. There's also something I'm supposed to do to be able to get the shine spell. Got Kasane. Ah, you found me. I thought for sure you'd never get me here. How the heck did you get in here? It was locked, wasn't it? Well... hello there. Do you have the new key for me? Yep, my dad's busy, so I brought it over for him. Here you go. Thank you. My old key was broken, so I couldn't open the door anymore. So remaking it would take days. Your father's an exceptionally skilled man, though. Did the job in a fraction of the time. Now here's your payment. Say thanks for your father for me, will you? The guy who runs the shop is my dad's best friend, so he asked him to repair his broken key. So you snuck in with that key. That's not really fair at all, you know. Hey, it is too fair. Oh, here. This is what the shopkeeper gave me. My dad has a ton of these, so you can have them. Yeah, it's 4 discs. It's 4 discs because the 360 did not want to use Blu-rays. Or rather, they used, what was it, HD DVDs, which, while have more space than a normal DVD, are nowhere near a Blu-ray. That was kind of one of the reasons why a lot of multi-platinum games during the 360 PS3 generation were so short. Because they had to make them for both systems, and they didn't want to put them on multiple discs, so... That, and also because it was the first generation with HD, and, you know, developing in HD was expensive, so... For a good amount of time, a lot of games for that generation were pretty short. Not JRPGs necessarily, I'm talking more like action games and shooters and everything else. Like they seem to be a lot shorter than generations before. Like you're here, but she's nowhere to be seen. Girlfriend's waiting at another stop? Oh crap, did it again. Thanks a lot, I better get to her quick. Hey, you want to get that box for you? Sure, won't be much trouble. Pretty shrewd of you guys. There we go. Alright, now we can go to the Crimson Forest and save the kid. We've got a lot of stuff to learn, too. Actually, no, I think I can get to an exit from over there. Yeah, I think just south is the exit.
Well, I overheard in town that there's a reason this forest has been crimson for years.
Isn't it just the color of autumn leaves? Although, it is incredibly intense.
The reason the Queen forbade entry was because the Crimson Forest is cursed, stained with blood. It's also called the Forest of Sorrow.
What? Blood?
Oh, don't be a wimp.
It was 500 years ago, wasn't it?
Huh?
Oh, that.
Well, what? Tell me.
500 years ago, a country to the east invaded Numara. This forest is now crimson, the color of the blood from those who fell in that battle. Who knows how many thousands of forgotten soldiers lie beneath the soil, staining this forest red for eternity.
Yeah, there was that, like, artist, the guy in the couple that was asking for crystal fragments.
This does not look good!
If I know about it and it's not game-breaking sometimes. Where's my... There we go. Also remember, this is a Japanese company. It took Japan a while to get on the train with patching games. Is water weak to it?
It's Max! I wonder if he slipped. You know, that kid's not too bright after all.
Mac must be ahead of us. Let's go.
What the hell is this? Nothing's happening. Looks like something made by the Eastern tribe. I guess it wouldn't respond to us since we don't know any spirit magic.
Let's take it now.
hell is this? Silver Kalolon. Well, they did say that there was rare enemies. Maybe this is one of them. I think Earth is weak to wind. Also, it's hardened. Oh damn, Jansen's got level 3 black magic now. I'm gonna guess all these little seals on the floor have to do with that thing in the first map. It was talking about you need spirit magic. And we're probably gonna end up revisiting this place later, either story or optionally. So he needs to do accessory to learn. another seal.
Don't let him get away!
God damn it. Seriously? They both missed? You do, but there's like cast time. I think right now I've only got one spell that hits in an AoE and it's got a longer cast time. Leave this place at once if thy life is dear to thee. Fury shall befall those who defile this holy shrine. I'm gonna say that's a boss battle. Just get one more fight so I can get her to learn the skill that she's currently got on. Then we'll take a stab at it. Come on, somebody fight me. Oh, they're only low when I'm trying to grind. Like if I'm just trying to get through a place, they'll like the encounter rates bump up. But if I'm actually trying to grind to learn a skill or something, it takes forever. Alright, let's go give the boss a try. Look like we're at the boss yet. I think I jumped the gun. Ah, something just closed. What the heck was that? The door just closed by itself. This some kind of spirit magic stuff. Ouch.
This does not look good.
Yeah, although I think I am losing HP for it. It didn't actually let me push it where I wanted to. It just auto pushed it over there as soon as I hit the button. I feel like those things are gonna attack me if I get too close to them. Ooh, that's a good one.
Man, this is getting old real quick.
That is wind. Crap, I'm already blanking on what wind is weak to fire. Wind is weak to fire. That is one of Kind's grandkids. sleep, crisis connection, or haven't learned that. And ran back too soon.
Looks like we got a good chance.
Oh, what the hell are these? Nun type spirit.
Okay.
That was very fun.
Oh, that's why. That was a random encounter. I didn't actually touch the guy. I want him to learn next. Sleep. Blind. Just get critical heal on him too.
You know, it's tough being so popular.
Fought all the other ones, we might as well fight the last one.
Not too smart, eh?
Let's see if this is worth doing or not. Their magic attack might be so low that it's not even worth it. But let's see.
Waste of time.
I'm gonna assume here is the boss. So let's give it a shot. And then I'm already 20 minutes over time, so... Should I try for the boss, or should I just end here and do the boss first thing tomorrow? I think I should end here. Because I don't know how long the scenes are going to be after the boss, and I don't want to end up having to go to work with losing sleep. Yeah, we'll stop here. We'll stop here, and first thing tomorrow, we'll fight the boss. We'll leave everybody waiting. Because yeah, I have no idea how long the cutscenes after the boss are going to be before I'll be able to save again. If I wasn't already over my normal ending time, I'd do the boss, but I'm already 20 minutes over, and like I said, I have no idea how many cutscenes or how long it'll be before I can save again after I beat that boss. But yeah. We spent a lot of time in town with the cutscenes and just constantly remembering trauma the whole time in there. Yeah. That one with the grandma really got me because my grandma had Alzheimer's, so that hit a little too close to home. I think I saw it said that we had done 6 and there were 25 left of those like visual novel style text stories. I think we stumbled upon one more after that, so there's like 24 left. Yeah, I mean, if they spread them out evenly, that's about 8 per disc, 4-disc game. But we'll continue this tomorrow. We'll fight that boss, whatever it is. Save the other grandkid that's not currently traveling with us. Actually, yeah. Now that I scroll forward a little bit in the FAQ, this probably is a good idea that I don't try to do this right now because it's a disc swap. So after that boss, there's going to be a disc swap, which means that there's probably cutscenes, like who knows how many, but there's probably cutscenes before I can actually save again. I think I made the right call on this. But anyway, as I said, I'm already over, and I need to start getting ready to go to sleep. So I'll go ahead and give call-outs and end for today. Nami, Cappy, Ragna, Snorchupicarp, Wabon, Irby. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me today. Thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. We'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Go ahead and check the schedule below, see what time that is in your area. And as for right now, I need to see if I can find someone to raid. Alright. And we'll just go ahead and raid Irby, who is continuing on his marathon task of getting the platinum in Star Ocean 4. So as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi, hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!